What is going on, guys? How are you? You guys know how fun it is to take these out of my air when there's no room? So we also have to replace this lovely pressure switch that I thought was a really good idea to put all the way up here in this wheel well. So how was your guys' weekend so far? Look at this loveliness. I'm really hoping that I don't have to like drill a hole in my wheel well liner. Well, I should say wheel well. Or take out all these tanks to get to this switch. I'm actually thinking about just leaving the switch in and just putting another one in somewhere else. Why is it not threading in? Nobody's talking today? Yay. I wonder if the threads are messed up in that. There we go. This was supposed to be a real quick and easy job. There we go. We got success. Now I have to find out what size socket I can put on here. Let's see if we can measure this one. There we go. I don't think a socket's gonna work. There's not enough room. Nobody wants to talk. Oh, look at that. SNA, I'm trying to change the drain valves on my compressor on my truck. I had these crappy ones right here that you screw. Let's see. These right here. And they constantly seized. And then I couldn't drain the water out of the compressors. So then I got these new ones. But I guess I didn't think the design through of serviceability when I put these in a quarter panel. That, and I have to change the pressure switch. One of these, because the other day when I was using my compressors, I noticed it didn't turn off and I was at like 250 psi of tank pressure. And I don't know if you can read this, but the max pressure of the tanks is 200 psi. And that switch is all the way up here in the quarter panel above the wheel well. Cool Air VW. This is my truck. This is the air compressor tanks in the quarter panel. And I wanted to change out these crappy like T drain valves because they kept seizing on me. So I put these new ones in that have a little wall valve that you turn. And there's no room to get in here to work on this stuff because I put it in the quarter panel. I'm not kidding, like it's in the quarter panel of the truck. Like, look, it's literally in the quarter panel. It was a cool idea when I did it. It was a really cool idea. But there's no room. Like, I can't even get a full-size wrench in this quarter panel. And I thought, oh, I'll put a socket on here, but there's not enough room for a socket. There we go. Oh yeah, I got like 3 air compressors on this truck. I use the Air Ride compressors. Here, I'll show you guys. It's pretty awesome. We'll take a tour since you guys never get to see the underneath of the truck. Let me get this down. So yeah, I have the compressors right here in the quarter panel, like literally in the quarter panel of the truck. See that? And the top part's metal here, so that's why I can't get to the one switch. So we come under here. These are two, I think they're 2.5 gallon tanks right here. And right here's my pressure gauge, so I know how much is in the tanks. And then I have all the lines ran. So there's a T. You might not be able to see it. Let's see, there's a T back here where the 2 tanks go together. They're using a 1/2 inch line, I think it is, 1/2 inch hose. And then they tee together from both tanks and go up into the cab of or the back of the truck right here to my airline fitting. And then over here, you got these 2, and then they go up to a T, and then they come over the wheel well, and then they come right here to this block that I made. So this block takes the 2 lines, and then it goes into 3 lines to each compressor right here. And then also, I have an 8.5 gallon fuel cell right here for filling people's cars, but I never got a chance to hook it up. But I run this tank, well, I was running these tanks before at, I want to say 185 PSI, and then the pressure switch failed, so I figured I'd bump it up to 200. So in that way I got a little bit higher capacity. Let's see. Get you guys stuck back up here. There we go. So like I said, now I gotta try to get that pressure switch. That is way up in there. And honestly, I use the air compressors more for like leak down tests, blowing debris off, than actually doing repairs. But I really don't know how I'm going to get to that pressure switch. Oh yeah, I talked everything. Like you'd be surprised how much stuff is hidden on this truck. There's a lot of stuff hidden. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out where I could hide stuff. And on the other side of the truck, I was gonna hide 5 gallons of water, but I didn't do it because it was starting to get cool outside. So then that way I could wash my hands, because I got a mobile pump that'll create like 165 psi of pressure. It's self-regulating. It's a real tiny 12-volt pump. Because I was going to put a faucet on the back of my truck. And here's the funny thing. So the tank will be mounted above the muffler, so it'll warm up the water. But yeah, I'm just not sure how I'm gonna reach up there. I don't even know how I'm gonna undo the wires. What I'm thinking about doing is, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do this, is I'm just gonna move the pressure switch down here to this tank right here, because then I can get to it easily. Put it up there so it wouldn't be anywhere near water, but it didn't even last a year. Oh, we got a lot of people in here now. See if I can give you guys a better view. So what are you guys up to? There's 25 days. I have a lot of videos. Oh, here, I should probably tell you guys this. I should have said it earlier when there was more people in. But on my channel, uh, I did a whole bunch of locksmith videos and lockpicking and immobilizer videos. There's probably about 30 videos I uploaded. I think I have like 6 or 7 released. It's $9.99 a month is what I put it at. And I'm going to be releasing a whole bunch probably this weekend too on there. They're paid, but they're all locksmith videos. All my diagnostic videos are going to be released, but for free. But any locksmith videos will be paid. There's different tiers on there that you can pay for that I set up, but I made all the videos that I'm releasing $10. Yes, cars. It's all cars. It's lock picking, everything. Like using like a leashy to pick door locks, programming immobilizers, all keys lost. I haven't really posted about the paid portion because I wanted to get more videos out, but I figured I'd let you guys know about it. Because within the next like 2 weeks, I'm hoping to have like 30 videos released. They're all recorded and uploaded. I just got to edit the descriptions. I can even give you guys access to the ones without the video, without the descriptions edited. It's not a problem. Let's see if we can get this panel off. There we go. Oh, just bumped you guys. You guys almost fell. Let's see if we can get this out of here. There we go. Now the real question is, why is there a hole drilled in this panel? Somebody drilled a hole. Why was there a hole drilled? That makes no sense why there was a hole drilled. But hey, now we got room for activities. Maybe. I wonder if I drop down that tank a little bit and just undo the bolts and drop it down if I can have room in there. Another thing is these tanks don't go anywhere. There's like no play with how I mounted them. Okay, see you later. Working on my air compressor system. I had her Decided to replace both of these. Oh, you're not focused too well. What happened here? Oh, there we go. So I had to replace both of these valves for draining my compressor tanks because they were really crappy and they kept seizing. And my pressure switch that shuts off the air compressors when the tank pressure gets high stopped working, and it happens to be like way up. Happens to be like way up in the top tank in the wheel well, and I'm trying to get there. And it's not fun. There we go. So we got that stuff out of the way. I'm hoping that I can move the tank a little bit and disconnect the pressure switch. Well, you can't think of everything when you design it. Like, I just came up with this whole idea of how to put everything. I tried to run it as clean as possible. But I'm hoping we can slide this tank out. There we go. Oh, look at that. Now we got some room. Slip this whole tank back. I don't even think you want to know how I found out that these things even fit in here. Yeah, I think we might just put the new pressure switch down here. That way it's easy to work on. I'll just leave that one in place. I just got to get the terminals off. See if we can get a pair of pliers in there. Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if I'm doing all this and it's not the pressure switch? Oh, I think it's the pressure switch. I think the tab just broke off. Let's see. Oh no, it just bent. There we go. I didn't even realize I put dielectric grease on them too. At least that's what it looks like. I thought about everything except for it failing. Oh yeah, I made the whole compressor setup. This is my mobile diagnostic truck. I was showing it earlier. I'll show you real quick. So we have our two, I think they're 2.5 gallon tanks. They might be 2 gallon tanks right here inside the rear quarter panel of the truck. And then there's a T over here somewhere. You can't really see it. But then that goes into the floor of the truck right there. And then that's where I hook my air line up inside the truck. And then back here, the two lines from the tank, they're 1/2 inch line. They go into uh, this, what do you call it, like a manifold. And then it goes to my 3 compressors. And then that's how I run my air tools. Oh, let me tell you, it was a really nice setup, and it's been flawless except for this switch going bad. What's up, Jacob? Oh, it's a really nice setup. And inside, I got a pressure gauge that tells me tank pressure and then it tells me line pressure. 2 gauges in one. So I can regulate just my line pressure. So in that way, I'll crank these, like these were at 185 psi before, so I got 200 psi pressure switches. Now, well, I'd run like 120 psi of line pressure, so that way the air would last longer. So we gotta take this plug out. Actually, I might be able to get that sensor out where we're at. Just have to get a pair of pliers or something, because there's no way I'm gonna get a socket on there. Now the fun part is gonna get all this stuff to go back to where it was originally at. I don't know if that's gonna move. Yeah, that ain't coming back out of there. I may or may not have put like some kind of pipe Loctite on there. Guess that's gonna sit there for a really long time. I don't think there's any chance of me getting a socket on that in the truck. Yeah, there's no chance. Give it one more try, but I don't think it's coming out. Closing these up. There we go. Yep, that's not coming out. Okay, so now let's get this plug out. I gotta be able to get this. Look at that, we have success. Well, that's nice, Mackenzie. Although I have some recent ones that took way too long to do because they just turned into giant messes. Like I got a couple videos I just recorded where I test one part, it's perfectly fine. I go and find one that's bad. put the new part in, and then the part that I tested that was good is no longer good. The videos do get long, and I really don't like cutting them down. Like, time to cut them down. I broke the last two that I did up into two parts. But there's one that I just recorded. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm gonna make it like 4 parts or 5 parts. Like the whole thing just turned into a mess. I was actually thinking about doing a live stream today about how bad this one car got. Like I was talking to Paulie from Paulie's Automotive about how bad this got, and he wanted me to do a live stream on it. See if this will thread into here. Tip number: don't put pipe Loctite on stuff. Tip number 2: don't put a pressure switch inside the wheel well. I really don't want to tighten these up with a pair of pliers, but I really don't have much of a choice. There's no way I'm going to get my socket on there. So maybe we'll just go slow. Because I know the other one I installed everything before I even lifted a tank up in. But even if I drop that tank down, I'd have no way to free that up really easily because everything's going to want to twist. Well, I think we're just about tight. Hopefully we can get this to rotate just a little bit more, and then we won't have to. So you know what? That might be really good the way it is. Because if we put these on, you'll get some dielectric grease. Okay, let's see. See if I can put some of these on the switch. Hopefully this one lasts longer than a year. I don't even use the air that much. Let me tell you, my TPMS light came on, and then I'm like, man, I don't want to run the compressors because I'm afraid that I'm going to forget that the compressor's still running. And then it'll just end up blowing apart a line or blowing apart a compressor. There we go. Look at that. Yeah, let's see if we can raise our tank back up in place. So guys, how's the video look? Does it look really clear or is it like all blocky? Because like I have it like really distorted a lot of times. I don't know if maybe it's just because I'm live streaming or if it's like I know it refocuses, but I'm just talking about in general with this live stream. Okay. So when we're done with this live stream, you gotta go over to Paulie's channel and say, Batman sent you. And then you gotta complain to him since he's not in this live stream. I didn't really have any settings for the live stream that I saw. Because I'm looking right now because I'm doing it from my phone. Although I can enable the flash, I don't know if that helps stop it from focusing all the time. There we go. So Mackenzie, what are you up to? How's your weekend going? I think we are pretty much done here. Just gotta put that wheel well liner back in. That somehow has a hole drilled into it. I thought Sundays were lazy days. So, what is the hardest car you ever had to work? Like the most difficult diagnosis? TJ, did you use your lab scope on it at all? I don't like how that wire's in there. See if we can move that wire out of the way. One. There we go. I think that might be better. Mackenzie, what was the suspension module on? And what was the issue? Oh, an Audi. That makes sense. You know, I haven't had to do a suspension module on it, but I got out today. Well, I'm supposed to go there probably within the next day or two for an Audi. That's a 2005 Audi A8L, and the suspension won't fill up, so it's probably a compressor and struts. Let's see. Let's see if this actually works now. Let's take this down. Turn our flash off. Let me see if I can flip you guys around so I'm not holding you guys upside down. There we go. Whoops. You guys ready with that. Set you guys up on my tripod. There we go. Bam. Now we'll lower the truck down. We caught a tire. I've had to do like 30 sets of tires in the last month. There we go, guys. Let's see. Yeah, one-legged. This is my mobile truck. We were fixing the compressor. Let's see if it actually works now. Let's turn our lights on in here. There we go. Now we can check our tank pressure. Let's see we're at 0 psi. This might be a little loud for you guys. The bottom gauge is my line pressure. Fills up pretty quick. It pulls a lot of current though. You can see up top here. We are, let's see, is it gonna focus? We're pulling 68 amps. This will pull up to like 90 amps once the compressors start building a lot of pressure. You can see we're around 115 psi now. Hopefully it'll shut off at 200. Oh, you know what I forgot to install? I got those pressure relief valves, so it doesn't blow up. So we're at 170. Oh yeah, it gets pretty loud. It shakes everything in here. Is it gonna shut off? This does not want to focus in here. Oh, you know what? I think this might have been above 200, this switch. I guess we'll see when it shuts off, if it shuts off. Maybe I got a bad relay. Maybe I did all that work for nothing and we got bad relay. Well, that'll be exciting. I don't remember which relay it is. I forgot to label them. That's exciting. What is this rated at? It says 200 psi off. We're way over 200 psi. I don't know if you guys can read that. Yeah, but now we got to figure out why the compressors don't turn off. It says 165 on, 200 off. Let's see. You know what we can do? We can pull the fuses for the air compressor. And if we pull the fuses, then we can turn the circuit on, because right here's my fuse block just for the compressors. 30-amp fuse for each one. I think that should be all of them, because yeah, this other one's a spare. And then we might be able to, let's see. That's our only option, since I didn't make a diagram yet, is to pull each one of these. Let's see, we might be able to. One of these is for the battery isolator, I think. Which ones are interior lit? Okay, this powers up the entire thing right there. So that one does that. Which one does our interior? That's our interior lights. This one might be for our 12-volt power outlets. Yep. So then this one, I think, has to be our air compressor. So that has to be our air compressor. Let's see if our air compressor turns on. Ah, look at that, guys. Look at that. Putting the air compressor fuses back in. Yeah, I got a really heavy bus bar here, too. I don't know if you guys ever saw this. Look at that. They have 3/8 studs going to all the batteries. And then I got this Velcro wire loom just to hold this stuff. Some of my stuff is falling down off my shelf. I'm trying to come up with an organization thing for on top of this, but I haven't found any good ideas. Let's go. Okay, so let's take one of these other relays. Okay, so let's see. What's our tank pressure? So our relay isn't being interrupted. That's a variable. I guess I'll have to look at why it's not being interrupted. Because it should only be 2 wires that turns the relay on. Unless they lied about the pressure switch. Now we could go down and unplug it, and then the relay shouldn't turn on. I can't really be the switch because the switch turns it on. I have it go into a relay And then the relay, here, I'll show you. So that relay, let's see, enable flashlight. So the relay powers this 80 amp circuit breaker right here. Like I have to make another mount for it. And I was running the Ethernet cable for my inverter here, so I can turn it off inside. But that 80 amp circuit or 80 amp isolator, that is what powers, which switches on and off the compressors because of how much current that they have. Because it was going to be more than a normal relay can pull, because you can see that as like 70 amps, but like once it gets to higher pressure, like sometimes and lower battery voltage, they pull like 90 amps. Maybe what we can do is maybe we can pull this wheel well liner off right here again. And then if we pull this off, we can get to our switch, and then we can just unplug it and see if the compressor's stopped. Let me put it this way, guys. These pressure switches are just known to go bad in the air ride community. Like, they just don't last. And I don't know why that is. Everybody that I know that does any type of like low riders and stuff always have their pressure switches filled. The only other thing that could happen is the wiring got damaged somewhere else. But I doubt it, because only like small things can fall down behind my shelf. And everything's run through rubber grommets through the floor, so it ain't like something sharp can cut it through the floor. Yeah, I just can't remember if the listing said it was 300 or like 315. I mean 200 or 215. So, because I got the pressure relief valves that I bought were rated at like 230. This is what happens every time I don't check something before I put it back together. If I checked this, it would have worked fine. Okay, so now plugged. I don't think you guys can see this. Why is my laptop loading? Oh, that's why I got them. I just completely forgot to. I forgot to bring them over when we were doing all that work. See, you can see the wires are unplugged now, and we have no compressor turning on. We got nothing. So if we plug these back in, so does that mean I got a bad new switch? Yeah, I plug back into the switch and it turns on. What the heck? That is pretty sad that I got a bad new switch considering there's no current that even flows through them. It's just turning a relay on and off. Honestly, these were for air ride, so they should be rated for 12. But anyway, I did get uh, pressure relief valves, and they are rated ones. They're good ones. They were like $15 a piece or something like that. And this is rated for, it says 230 psi. Because I wanted to make sure that it was high enough above my tank pressure, but not to trip, but still within probably the safety margin. But that is crazy that that failed. No, we got it. Unscrew that yet. We gotta drain this pipe. Okay, guys, sorry about that customer care. Wouldn't that have been interesting if I took this pressure switch out, put pressure still in there? Not right at me. See, one thing that I thought about doing with this was I thought about putting two pressure switches, like one on each tank, and then putting one on each tank, and then putting like an LED, I don't know, like across each one or something, so I could tell which one's trip. So it'd be like a double fail safe. So I know if I have like two lights on, one failed if if I have two lights on, then both of them are good, and then if one light's on, one failed or something. Just as like some kind of redundancy, because I fear both switches won't fail at the same time. So what do you think the chances are of this one working? It does not. That's why I got the mechanical ones that I just showed. I have these. Oh, there you go. So you can see them. I got good ones. These are rated ones. Like industry rated, I guess, or whatever. I don't really use air that much, at least. Like I'll use it, but I don't use it a lot to where the compressor's running. So I'll turn it on, I'll be using it, and then I come back and I turn it off. Like I've just been putting the valves in. And then the other day I went to a leak down test on a car, and I'm like, That compressor's running for a really long time. What do you want to know? Yeah, this is my shop. My shop's really small. Uh, it depends on where I'm going if I'm fixing stuff. Like if somebody calls me personally, a lot of times they'll have me fix it when I go mobile. If it's a shop or a car lot, they usually just have me diagnose it. Some try to get me to fix it, but they don't want to pay me to fix it, so I won't fix it. The only things that I fix mobily are if it's something super easy at a shop, I will fix it. Or if it's wiring, because I don't want to be called back before more issues because they twisted wires together and put tape over it. TJ, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that. Okay, let's see if this one shuts off. I might be able to do that, TJ. We'll see. There we go. No, I doubt that, TJ. I've actually already talked to him about it. It's just funny that you mentioned it. There we go, guys. We're at like 90 psi. Let's see if I can move some of this stuff. No, Ivan's a pretty cool person. I've talked to him a few times. There we go. Oh, and safety first. Always have a fire extinguisher. Oh, you know what else you guys need? If you're gonna go mobile, you gotta get these. Look at that. Instant wash bin. What do you guys see this? Instant bucket. And look, here's another one. Oh, this one tore. Okay, don't get this one. I can't believe that tore. I'll have to contact him. I don't even use these that much. But they're nice because you can set the height. So like you can set it to like whatever height you want. Like you want a small bucket, you want an even smaller one. Let's go back to checking our pressure. Oh, we're getting close. Oops. We're at, we just hit 200. Oh, there we go. 215. I think that's actually what they were when I ordered them. I don't think I saw a 200, but I guess they lie on the paperwork. I can live with 215 if it shuts off every time. But that other one didn't shut off. And you know what else you need? You need one of these clipboards that hold paper for your printer. So you just stack all your paper in your clipboard. But what are the chances of having two bad switches? That other one failed and then this one failed. It's ridiculous. My truck's a big mess too. Because like I kept taking stuff in and out, and then stuff kept falling around because I didn't have everything in here. This is another thing that you need too if you want to be mobile. You got to get your bucket head vacuum. So in that way you got a trash can, and you just put your bucket on. You put your vacuum on top of it, top of your bucket. You guys have no idea how handy that is. Oh, I don't think I made an update with this because you guys were asking about the truck. So I got this 3500 7,000 watt inverter, and then it has these hardwire ports on the front. So then I got my outlet right there, 20 amp outlet. This thing will put out 30 amps AC. Just to let you guys know, I'm ordering another pressure switch tonight because I don't trust this one. Like, I know it's going to fail again. But now I guess we got to get that top one out so that I could put one of these safety relief valves. Now here's a question for you smart people. So if you have 215 psi in let's see, like you have 5 gallons of air at 215 psi, and say it's at 70 degrees, and you warm that up to say 120 or 140 degrees in the sun, how much will the pressure increase? Is it going to blow my pressure relief valve, or is it going to be safe to go? Oh, I know there's a formula for it, but it's just how I figure out everything. Now I gotta call this company and say, hey, you sold me junk. And then I'll show them this live stream. So TJ, is that for, but is that at atmospheric pressure? Does it change if it's under pressure? But TJ, like, does it matter if it's under pressure, you know? Because I'm at 200 psi versus 0 at atmosphere, or if you're doing absolute. Yeah, but I bought them off eBay. Like, I doubt it's a very reputable source. Like, I literally bought cheap ones just because everybody that I know that buys good ones still has failures. I really think the only other way to like actually do this better would probably be to use a pressure transducer and like an Arduino and just make like some kind of calculation so that it sees the compressors run for so long and doesn't see a pressure change, then it shuts down. And like uh, if it's if it like monitors the tank pressure, or like have two pressure transducers where it checks each other. You could do like all kinds of interesting things with it. Or just have it run off a pressure transducer. Then it would be completely variable. No, actually, the phone did not overheat. My phone died. Let me grab a charger real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. There we go. Hopefully the phone charges. There we go. Okay. I didn't realize my phone was that dead, but YouTube kills it. Okay, let's get back to doing these pressure relief valves unless you guys want to see something else. You guys just gotta let me know if you want to see something. I can't really do a shop tour. Like my shop is like, that's one side of the shop. That's the other side of the shop. Like, it's not really a shop tour. And the shop ends at the front of the truck. Like, there's not much of a shop. It's just really cluttered right now because I got like 3 engine jobs to do. Well, I just finished 1 engine job. I had like, I think 2 transmission jobs outside, exhaust manifolds. Like, the shop is just packed with crap right now. Because, like, right there's a motor. Right here's a trans. Just all kinds of stuff. We can do a little bit of a tour, but most of the stuff ain't in here. And my truck's really messy right now. I brought it in today just to clean everything up. Let's see. I hate mess. I hate clutter. I hate stuff being all over the place. Like, that's why I'm trying to find new shelving arrangement or stuff for my truck, because I absolutely hate it. I was doing an experiment here. I was testing all different types of fuel cleaner because I had an Audi come in, and this was a brand new bolt, and it sat in the fuel, and that's what it looked like 3 days later. I mean, this is brand new. So were these other ones. Like, well, this one's stainless steel, so it didn't get rusty. That's stainless. But, like, here was another brand new one. Look what it did to them in 3 days sitting in the fuel. See if we can open these doors. Watch the truck fold in half. So we got my key cutting machine sitting here. I'm trying to find a stand for it so I can use it inside the truck. We got key cutting machine. We got key blanks. We got, let's see, a whole bunch of flyers that I gotta give out. We got a bunch of lock picks. Been doing a lot of locksmithing lately, guys. Talking about a boatload. See, we got a lot of lock picks right here for picking door locks. We got a lot of videos on these too. I mentioned it earlier, if you guys weren't in here, that started recording for like a paid section of my YouTube channel. It's $10 a month, and it's gonna have all my locksmith videos and EEPROM videos and any immobilizer videos. So we got that. Let's see how we can climb up here. Got my printer. We got, see, I put an outlet in here for charging my stuff. We got a whole bunch of universal remotes here. There's a whole bunch. I got some remotes in that one case that I just showed you. Actually, I don't think it was in that one. It's in this one. So here we go. I've got a bunch of remotes in here that I unlocked, like BMW. I got videos on unlocking remotes too on the paid section. We got like the Autel IM508, all the add-ons for the Autel in here. So we have like, this is gonna be really, really shaky. But like we got, let's see, here we go. We got all the APB attachment boards for the Autel. Right here for the key programmer. So these are all just circuit boards that are labeled in here. Let's see. I got a bunch of videos showing you how to use a bunch of this stuff too. So we got that. Then we got, let's see what's in here. This is the XP400. The big programmer for the Autel. It allows you to do like Mercedes keys and EEPROM rating. Got all the attachments for it. I just recorded a video for doing a Mercedes the other day. All keys lost. There we go. Oh, I'll show you guys the most important thing to keep in your truck. Well, any vehicle. We just got to get to it because it's buried. Let's see. The most important thing is right here. Let's see. Right there. I'm going to be making a video on this soon. You gotta have your first aid kit. And you need to have burn gel. So many people I see not have first aid kits, and when they get hurt, it gets really ugly. So there you go. You get to see my messy truck. Oh, and I think we got some other stuff over here. Got my my Launch Pro Mini. We got the Key Tool Max for doing key programming. We got a bunch of battery banks, and then my removable screen for my laptop. But most of this is getting cleaned out today. Anybody have any questions?
Mackenzie, I've been doing mobile work for a long time. I got a bunch of videos doing it. I started doing mobile work like 2 years ago, and uh, I want to say it's probably a year and a half ago when I started doing it a lot. Like now, I do it like 50% of the time. Oh, and TJ, on that 2.0, I asked you if you used the lab scope at all with it earlier. Let's see if we can. Put a thing here at all. See if I can change you guys around. Let's see. Let me get a flashlight and I'll come back to see if I can help you. Let's see. There we go. Okay. No, TJ, I meant with a lab scope, not a borescope. Did you try using a borescope to see it? I mean, sorry, I meant a lab scope to see if you have a valve sealing issue, doing like a relative compression or in-cylinder pressure transducer. I would try going in cylinder though. You might be able to see what the issue is with pressure transducer if you have one. Do you have a lab scope?
Well, you really only have two options. It's either a valve issue or the piston's damage. Because you can't really have anything else. Even if you had a bad connecting rod, you would have just low compression.
You know, it's sad. Now we got to get that pressure switch off of there because it's the only spot that I have to put the pressure relief valve. Now, just to give you guys a little heads up, if you have a direct injection car, there is one thing that can cause lower compression on the cylinder. Do you guys know what it is? Think about it. On a direct injection car, what's the one thing that can cause low compression on a cylinder that's not a valve slash ring issue? Okay. On a direct injection car, what is one thing that can cause low compression on a cylinder when it's not a valve or piston slash ring issue? You're correct, an injector not being seated. My friend just ran into this with a GM. And he failed to mention to me that it was direct injection. Yeah, but it could be on a perfectly healthy engine. Somebody took the injectors off this truck and replaced them and never put new seals on. I'll move you guys out of the way so you don't have to hear the tear down. Let's see. There we go. Wonder if it'll let me flip this over. Oh, it did.
Is this top one really clogging? Are you serious? So that top one clogged? The drain clogged? This is getting ridiculous. Let's flip you guys around again, get you guys stuck back up in place. It looks like you guys are zoomed in. You are zoomed in. There we go. I wonder if we need to get like a small pipe wrench or a torch or a big hammer to get that out. No, it would be nice if I could use a crow's foot, but the issue is it's like the oil pressure sensor. It's like rounded with the little grooves in it. I just don't understand why I couldn't get it with these pliers. I wonder if I can get you guys to like a better angle. That might be a little better. See, they use like this style right here where it's not really, it has flat sides, but you're supposed to use one of these sockets where it's like a rounded. This one, see, fits in there like perfect. But the socket's too big to get on that. got it to turn. Holy crap. Guys, we got it. We got it. Hey guys, I wonder why it failed. Let's turn your, hang on, let me try to turn your light on. Let's see. Enable flash. Look at that. So why did it fail? Ah, it's rust. And the funny thing is, like you saw, we didn't really get any water out of these tanks. I've only ever opened up these one time. Yeah, moisture killed it. Maybe I should fill the tank with some of those silicon or whatever packaging things where they take the moisture out. But the drains are on the bottom of the tanks. Like I got the drain right here on the bottom of this tank, and then I got the one down here. Neither one of them really had any water. This one came out with like a drop. This one sprayed like a, the bottom one sprayed like a tiny hit right there, but it wasn't much. Oh, let me tell you guys, these tanks are from China. They don't have anything in them. And they were, actually, these tanks were, well, the one tank was free because they said they were 3 gallons. And I got it and I measured the area. I'm like, there's no way this is 3 gallons. And they were insisting it was. I'm like, it's impossible because the size of the tank can't physically hold 3 gallons. And then they insisted it, and I made a video filling it with water. And then I think it was only like 2 gallons or 2 1/4, something like that. It was. So I contacted them, and then they're like, "Well, we'll send you a free other tank." I'm like, "Okay." JC, what's up? JC, are you new? I don't remember ever seeing your name before. Oh no, Mackenzie, it has no. Oh, I'm sorry. Mackenzie, it has no like separator. Yeah, I had thought about getting them before, but I didn't know how much it would help. Now, what I did consider was I was thinking about putting like an inline oiler in or something. So then that way it just oils all the lines in the tank and everything's just oil saturated. Because I figure if it's oil saturated, you won't have any rust then, right? I'm not painting cars, so I don't have to really worry about oil going into anything. Cars don't care about oil. If I blow off the underneath of a car where it has leaves and stuff, a little bit of oil mist isn't going to hurt anything. Actually, I should go look see what size this is real quick. JC, what happened? JC, what happened? And that's how you die. Somebody put this one hose right in my way. Did JC disappear? Man, this does not want to thread in here. There we go. Now watch, I won't be able to tighten this up because I won't be able to get a wrench in here. Just learn from me, now you know what not to do. Spend extra money and get a tank with all your ports on the side. Or you know what? Just get wireless air tanks. I really wouldn't need an air tank if somebody would make a battery-powered low gun or a battery powered leak down tester. Now watch, this thing's probably going to stick off so much that I won't be able to get my air tank back up. Guys, does the stream look any better now? Just curious. Well, if it looks a lot better, I found out why. There we go. Well, JC, I'll have a video for you on CAN Network soon. Now the moment of truth. Can we put this back up in there and bolt this up? And is there going to be enough room for the pressure relief valve to open? Here, guys, I'll tell you guys a story about this other car. So, I had, even though it's probably going to ruin the video, I had a 2004 Mitsubishi Galant come in. And they asked me to replace the instrument cluster because the instrument cluster didn't work. So they had a new one on the seat. And I'm like, are you sure it's the instrument cluster? They said, yeah, nothing works. I'm like, okay, whatever. So I put the new one in. Nothing worked. I scanned the car. It says bus offline. So I scoped the CAN network and it's a mess. So I go underneath to the splice connector, bring up wiring diagram, go to the splice connector, start depinning modules. I get the bus to come back, isolate the bad spot on the network. But then I realized that the wiring diagram doesn't match the vehicle. So the positions are wrong. So I'm like, well, this was useless. So I go up to the front of the car, unplug the ABS module, network comes back. So I scope the PCM because the PCM goes into the ABS module, and then the ABS module communicates with the rest of the network. And it looks fine on the PCM side. So I jumper the PCM to the interior network, and it turns into a mess. So I'm like, okay, PCM's probably bad. So plug the ABS module back in, unplug the PCM, network's good. So then I put a new PCM in it. Do a relearn, a mobilizer reset, car won't start. I scan the network, network's down. So I scope the network, it's a mess. Go up to the front, unplug the ABS unit, network comes back. So I jumper the PCM to the network, and the ABS module's bad. So, and then I was trying to get the car to restart, and it doesn't have any theft light, no codes. After like a couple hours on the phone with Alltel and that, nobody can figure it out. So I decided to make new keys for the car. The keys learn, the car starts. The old keys won't learn in the car. So yeah, it turned into a giant mess. Now I'm waiting for an ABS module. Oh, and here's the best part. So that ABS module was intermin. So like sometimes I plug it in, the network would be good, sometimes it wouldn't. Oh, and here's another thing. So when I went to take the car out of the shop, when I brought it in, uh, oh, and here's another thing too. The car ran when it came in. Just the cluster didn't work. And then when I went to pull the car kept dying every time I put it in gear. Here it had no gas in it. I also went out to a Mercedes the other day, all keys lost. Program keys work, couldn't get the car to start. I'm like, well, that's odd. It just cranks. Car didn't have any gas in it. So I was thinking I should have left that old pressure switch in here so that we could have tested that bypass valve, or whatever you want to call it, pressure relief valve. Okay, guys. I don't really see too many dead batteries. I just had one today. I drove the car yesterday. Actually, I drove it. Started up the past couple days, and then today it was bone dead. I see a lot more dead batteries when I get called out mobile. A lot. That's why I got these heavy jumper cables. These are 4/0. This set of cables right here weighs, it's 20 feet. It weighs like 40 pounds or something like that when I weighed it. Like, you can see how big they are. It's like the same size as my thumb. Let's test this compressor. Yeah, another thing that I did too, these are aluminum CCA wire. I got a video on it. You guys should watch it if you ever want to make jumper cables. But, these don't work as well. I just use these because they're light. This whole thing weighs like 10 pounds and it's like 15 foot. But I have bigger ones. But what I did was I put braiding inside of them. Let's see, is this gonna focus? It doesn't want to focus. But there's braiding inside there, and I have it soldered to each jaw and riveted. Let's see, is this one better? No. Yeah, it's hard to show you guys, but yeah. That, and then I also have this post right here that I did. So I have this little one right here. So what I did here, I take these cables out, they're really short. And I will connect these right to a battery and let the battery sit here and charge. So like say I know it's going to be a while for me working on the car, I'll just set them in here and let them charge rather than running the jumper cables outside the truck. So guys, look at that. We're at 178. Let me grab my other jumper cables because I had 3 sets on the truck. Oh, we're at 200. 202. Let's see, why is this not focusing? There we go. I may change that switch again because I really don't like it going that high. Well, that's for another day. Let's grab these jumper cables. There we go. These are really heavy too. These things weigh like 20 pounds or 25 pounds. Let's open these up. So these focus. There you go. So you can see the braiding. It's 1-inch braiding, but it's like a braided sleeve. And then I have it soldered on that side. And then it's soldered, like I said, on that side. And then these are 2/0. And then it uses these Anderson SP350 connectors. Like you can see how big that is. So like this is just an extension cable. So what I do is I connect that to my truck. That gives me 20 feet. And then I'll connect my jumper cables up to that. So then that way, if I'm like mobile programming, I just run my jumper cables up, and like if I'm in the city, I can run past the car because I got 20 feet plus another 15 feet, so I can run around the car and then go to that car and just keep my truck powering it the whole time. Okay, guys, I'm back. Let's see. I don't know if it hissed. I heard a slight hiss, but I don't know if it was the valve or not. But I just don't like it being so close to the safety release valve. Because it's rated at 230, so I would think it's going to be opening pretty soon after that. I like to build some kind of room for air, and I also don't like the pressure going that high because how high the compressors have to run. Like 200 was going to be my limit. I also want to show you guys something cool too that I got, that I started using. These things are really cool. So you guys probably you might have saw my video in the light or saw me using them. But I switched over to magnet connectors for all my lights. So like, see that? Has like a magnet that goes in there, and then you just pick this up and it snaps in, and boom. Like you can see it like not charging. Listen. Maybe if I move it to the right spot. There it goes. It like always finds like the perfect spot. And then they charge. And it's just really awesome. And it limits wear and tear on your stuff. Like I kind of want to see if I can get stuff for my scan tools, but I don't know if they make stuff to handle like barrel jacks and stuff. JC, you got ATG classes that do hybrids. I've taken a few of their hybrid and electric vehicle classes. They're pretty good. They're really in depth. You also have, I think TST Seminars does some, and so does ASA, which is the same as like TST, just more training specific. like more like technician, like more. It's more of like in-depth classes. Like the I really like the ASA classes. I've been thinking about working on some more hybrids and stuff because I have like one or two that come in the shop, but I turned away some of them just because I don't do enough to feel comfortable and feel right charging to people. Honestly, the best person to ask for ASA train, I mean, sorry, for hybrid training would be Isaac Rodell or Rodiesel on Facebook. He does a lot of it. He's a good friend of mine. So, do you guys want to see anything else? Some improvised DIY tools. Okay, I got one for you. I made this during a live stream. How about a custom made test light? Has banana jacks on both ends. I think I made this during my first or second live stream. One of them. I use them a lot. I got a couple different ones that I made. I have another thing that I do a lot too that most people probably don't know. I do, even though this magnet's coming off, but I put magnets on a lot of my stuff. You see they're epoxied on there? So that way I just stick it right there. Some of them didn't hold up too well, like the blowgun, so I just left it like that. This one has magnets on it. Well, that one actually just came off. They'll stay on here for a while. I don't use this stuff every day, so it lasts a while, but you can see where I did that. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. You said something about AC? Curious about your aim. Yeah, I use the what is it called? Master Cool. I have it linked in a couple of my AC videos. It's the Master Cool. What is it, like 6.8 something? And it does 1, 2, 3, 4 YF, and it does 134A. And it came with the gauges and all the adapters, and then you just switch the hoses. And then I bought the AccuCharge scale. There's what's it called? It's a solenoid for it so that it fills for you. Now I did have some issues with it. The one issue was when I first got it, it was missing a fitting, but then they sent me the correct fitting. And then the other issue was the yellow recharge hose clogged on me. But after I got that fixed, it's been great. I just don't have the AC stuff in here. The only thing I have in here are the, I'll show you guys. Let me grab them. I'll put this down. Let's see. I use these Testo smart probes a lot. You guys saw them in a bunch of videos. I left one on a customer's car though, so I need to get another one. Made me mad because I think it's like $125 for a probe. But I use these Testo smart probes. Let's see. You got your high pressure temperature sensor, your high pressure probe. It doesn't come with adapters, so I bought cheap adapters online. I think I got them off eBay, and they've been working amazing. That and these hoses right here, they're just short. Then I don't have to worry about it. But this is, I lost the low temperature. Yeah, the low temperature probe. But yeah, they're Bluetooth, so you just use your phone, and then you can test drive with them on. So it makes it really nice. I will tell you this, JC, you got to get a mobile recovery machine. Like, I have an inverter, so I can run it fine. But here's the thing. I paid off that AC machine in like 3 weeks. Just doing R134A, just driving around and doing it. Because you can charge a lot of money being mobile. Like, you go to somebody's house, like, say they go to a shop. Like, a shop would just recover what's there. Wait, like, say, I don't even know if they'd wait the 15 or 20 minutes to see if there's a leak. And they'd refill it and charge them like, $80 or $100. You can get like 3 or 4 times that just showing up at somebody's house or a shop and just doing it right there in the parking lot. And you have no difference than if you it's no different than if they came in the shop. Like, you're doing no difference of a service. Like, most of the time when I go to a shop or something, I will hook up, I'll recover it, and I'll pull it into a vacuum. And I will just sit there for like 30 minutes, go look at another car. Or if I'm at somebody's house, I'll just look up to check. Like, once I see that there's really no leak, I'll just let it sit there. And I will go and like get something else ready to do, so I go to another job right afterwards. So like it's pretty awesome because AC doesn't really require you to do like any monitoring. And here's another thing, I probably shouldn't really advertise this, but when you have the mobile recovery machine, the 1234YF, there's no like lockout on time. You can fill the system as much as you want. You can recover the system as much as you want. So there's no identifier involved unless you put an identifier on there. Like, you have, it's kind of like a loophole to the whole refrigerant thing. And if you don't want to spend the money on like a huge tank of 1234YF, you can actually get small cans from the parts store. I think they come in like half-pound bottles or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, I've only ever done 1, 2, 3, 4 YF car. And it didn't even have any issues. I had to recover the system because repair information told me to, but then I found out it wasn't required. It was on a Jeep. I had to pull it out to do the HVAC assembly, I think, or I forget, or maybe it was a heater core. It was something, and it wasn't even required once I did it. I'm like, man, there's room to get this out without evacuating it. Oh, here's something else I just got. I just got a vise for my trailer hitch. It's pretty awesome because I put that on at the beginning of the year. Well, I have a lot of cases where service information is incorrect, and I really don't like it. And I'm just like, man, I've even had so many issues with the OEM stuff being wrong. Hang on, let me grab some oil, and I'll tell you about a story I just had with the dealership and incorrect repair information. Actually, let's wipe this off. So I just had a 2017 or 18 Chrysler Pacifica come in with a 3.6, I think it was. Yeah, it was a V6, and repair information, like it had a code for the fuel rail pressure sensor. So repair information says it screws right into the fuel rail. I'm looking at the fuel rail. There's no sensor. There's one in this plastic line that goes between the firewall and the fuel rail. And I'm like, that has to be it. So I googled the part number, came up as fuel rail pressure sensor. So the thing was shorted. So I called the dealership. They're like, oh, there's a revised one. Comes with a new connector. I'm like, okay, send it down. I'm like, is there any, do you have to wire this any differently at all? They're like, no, just repin it the same way. So I repin it. Then it says sensor high. And if you look at it, when you turn the key on for a split second, it says like 105 PSI and then defaults to like 25 PSI. So I take the connector back off and I look at it, and the numbers are now backwards from the original sensor. So pin 1 would be here, then it would go 2, 3. Well, the new one was 3, 2, 1. So I depinned it, repinned it so that the numbers went to the correct spot. Still says high, so I call them and I say, are you sure there's not a different way to wire this? They're like, no. They're like, it must be a bad sensor. So they send me a new sensor. Same thing happens, says sensor high. Call them back. And they're like, oh, we'll call you back then, we'll get a tech on the line. So I call, I wait like a day, didn't hear nothing, call them back. They're like, oh, we'll get you we'll get a tech to call you, a master tech, and he'll call you back. Like, okay. Then it ended up being like the end of that day, tech calls me back. He's like, I didn't see anything. He's like, I'll give you a call tomorrow. I'm like, okay. So tomorrow comes, I call him up. I'm like, hey, what's going on? They're like, oh, we found an internal service bulletin that says the pins are wired differently now. I'm like, so you're telling me all the wiring diagrams out there and connector views are going to be wrong because they changed the connector size. It's now a mini connector, and the wiring's different. And there's no TSBs in like Mitchell, AllData, or Identifix covering this. So now, like, say pin 1 was ground, pin 1 is now like 5-volt reference. Like, they're in a totally different order than everything else. So now anybody that gets that car with a problem is going to be testing it wrong. Unless you go by the wire color. The wire color is going to be right, but completely different spots. And that is how I wasted 3 days of my life on a fuel rail pressure sensor. See you later, JC. So Mackenzie, are you like a mobile person? Do you have a YouTube channel? Oh, okay. What do you do there? Are you mobile tech? Like, I mean, are you a diag tech or? Let's see. Wish the chat would stay on my screen. Okay. Are you one of those people that are considered what do they call them, a mobile electrician or something like that? Oh, I guess it would be auto electrician. They call them. Forgot to order a belt for this. I wanted to do the belt tensioner. And I gotta drill this battery tray down. Oh, you wanna hear something crazy? So this battery, so the bolt broke. Let's see if I can turn the flashlight on here. So the bolt broke, okay, on the battery tray. Lost the hull down. Okay. I spent probably 4 or 5 months looking for one of these. It's a discontinued part, even though this is 2008 discontinued part. So I finally got the hold down because like other vehicles, they don't match. Like '08 to 2010 or 12 Dakotas are the same. So they finally got me one. It was like $40 for that stupid piece of plastic. And then they're like, "Do you want the bolt?" I'm like, "Sure, just send it down." I'm like, "How much is the bolt?" $8 for the stupid bolt. I was gonna get the battery tray because I was like, I'll just get one from the junkyard. Well, the battery tray is this whole entire side of the engine bay. This is all attached together. So like, see, it all goes over like it's all one piece. I'm like, forget that. So now eventually I'm gonna have to drill this down so it doesn't ruin my battery and I don't have the battery smack the hood or something stupid. But yeah, I was not happy about that. Oh, you know what else we gotta do? Safety first. My shifter cable kept coming off. I tried getting a shifter cable for this and it's discontinued. Nobody could get me a shifter cable. So I found this company. This company makes replacement shifter bushings. Like you literally press them into the shifter cable to repair them. They make them for like most vehicles. Let me show you how bad this shifter cable is. It popped out last year on me, and I tried to get a shifter cable the day it happened. It was in a snowstorm, and it got really sketchy. And then I kept trying to get one. Nobody would make one. Junkyards don't have any. So I put some zip ties on it, and I guess the zip ties had broke. So let's see. Watch this. Look at that. There's no bushing left on it. So supposedly you can press this out and press a new one in. But yeah, I had a zip tie around here to keep it from falling down. See if we can get you guys on a cart. Man, that light over there is like blinding. That's probably the best I can do for you guys. There we go. Wait till you guys see this. So look at this. 30 bucks. 30.79 for a bushing and I guess a tool to do it. 2 bushings and a tool. Crazy. I don't know how you're supposed to do this. I don't know if it came with instructions. Here we go. So look at that. After removing the old bushing from the end, there we go. So we got to get the old bushing out of the cable. I guess it presses out one way. I thought this tool would be to remove it. Guess not. See if I can puncture my hand. Yeah, go for it. So it just had a loose ground. So when you press the horn grounded the suspension, and that made it work. That's awesome. I made a video with an ABS module. They called me out and said the ABS module was bad, and they had the wrong bolt holding the ground on for the ABS module. Yeah, that's why people need to learn to load test stuff. Nobody load tests anything, and then they run into issues. Here we go. We got the bushing out. So it is a removable bushing. Who would have thought? I just had to use the pick and pull the bushing out. Now, the real question. Do we use the green bushing or the black bushing? The world may never know. Okay, it says late model GM trucks use the green bushing. Most others use the green bushing. Either will work on most cables. So, let's see if we can put this in there. Let's see. So that's the smallest thing. So, does it go on this one? So just use this. I am assuming that is it right there. It looks like it's in there. Let's see. Look at that. It's definitely in there. Let's try to snap this on here. I guess it would snap on that way. Wait, which way would this snap on? I guess it really doesn't matter. There we go. That isn't coming off. Oh, maybe it will. I think we need to snap this on the other way. There we go. Now it can't come off because one way the hole's slightly bigger. There we go. Okay. So that is done. Now I won't get run over by my own truck when I get stuck in reverse gear and I gotta get out. JC, you missed all the fun. We just replaced the shifter linkage bushings from this company right here. Bushing Fix. Because nobody makes a shifter cable for this anymore. So, yeah, now when I have my truck and the shifter cable comes off in the middle of a snowstorm on a hill and it's stuck in reverse and I'm afraid to shut it off, and I have to quick roll underneath the vehicle and put the shifter cable back on and not get run over on the side of a highway. There you go. You never know. You never know. It's usually pretty simple to fix a car. Oh, and you know that connector that's in the back? I made a bracket and stuff a while ago for the front of this truck so I can plug my jumper cables in right here in the front. And then I painted it, I color matched it to the truck. Oh, DIY. What's going on? DIY, you missed all the excitement today. All the excitement. We got bad new parts. Oh, I also want to show you guys something. That so you guys know for the future in case you ever do any wiring. Well, yeah, DIY, we could have had exploding air compressor tanks. So guys, here's what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you these circuit breakers. So a lot of people buy those audio circuit breakers offline. I can show you what they look like. I got a bunch of them in here that failed. So I had run, because I didn't think it was going to happen. I had run a whole bunch of these that were rated at 300 amps right here, these ones that look like this. Well, I started having them blow using my inverter and I didn't know why. And you can see they have like 1/4-inch ring terminals. Like at first they worked and then, I don't know, I'd say they might have had 5 hours of total use on them. And then they started blowing all the time. And I realized they were blowing at 100 amps. And what I found out was almost all those are 100 amps. And they're not rated for anything above that. So when you buy one of those styles, just remember they're limited to 100 amps. So I got this company right here. It's called, these are made by Mechanical Products. It's MP. Sometimes you think that this is a different letter, but it's MP. This is rated at 275. And look at the terminals. They're 3/8 studs. This one's self-resetting. But the one I have here in the back is 250 amp. I got these used. They're like $40 or so, $50 a piece. This one, when it trips, you got to manually reset it. But 250 amps is plenty for what I needed. Let's see, what do I do with that lid? Just want to let you guys know about that because it was really annoying when they started blowing and tripping really quickly using my inverters. Wiring is your middle name? Yeah, I think we're about done with this. I don't know what else there is to do. Besides vacuum, but I can't vacuum with you guys in here because you guys won't like that noise. I do have to get another LED light. I keep accidentally shorting it out because my lights rub, and it like destroyed. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like, the light is actually destroyed right here from this rubbing. Um, oh, I need a lot more space. A lot more space. I have to put a grill on this yet today. This wasn't a fun job either. I was putting this off for like over a month, and then I figured I'd finally just do it. Let's see. Let's get you guys a stool. The battery froze in this car too. I can't believe it charged up. Like, this battery was frozen. It took like 4 or 5 hours for this thing to start taking more than like a amp charge. It was bone dead and it was outside frozen. Oh, I got a tool for you guys. You guys asked me earlier for DIY tools. Here's one for you. Let me know what this is used for. Okay, guys. What do you guys see this? See if it'll look. 100 amps. You can put whatever you want in here. But, watch this. They're removable. So, say you have a car, somebody jump started it backwards or something. Fuse is blown. So you put your ring terminal on the good fuse or the fuse spot, and then put your other ring terminal to, like, say, the battery. You're still protected. You can power up the car. So if that one doesn't work, then you have all these other ones. I twisted them together. Let's see. So we got larger ring terminals. We got whatever that terminal's called with the fork. We got spades. So we could put like any type of any type of like heavy fuse in there and bypass the circuit. And then on top of that, these are all rated at like 150 amp terminals on here. Just a maxi fuse. And then I started making another one. I need to get new ends because these ends are junk. These are from Harbor Freight. But I got these so you could go down on top of like a stud. Say like on a fuse box, you could go down on top of a stud and just clamp on top of it and then go somewhere else and clamp on it. So in that way you could just jumper it by the studs. I have a video coming up with a Honda. They put the battery in backwards and blew the main fuse, and then I was able to bring the car in the shop using these, so I didn't have to deal with being outside in the cold. Oh man, it's a massive snow coming. Do you live near here? Oh, you're in New York. Yeah, they keep saying like up to 7 inches here, and then I'm like, so it's probably gonna be somewhere between 1 and 5 feet. I mean, 1 inch and 5 feet. I'm probably just gonna leave my truck here tonight and take my car home because. Oh, in York. Oh, okay, you're in York. Oh, you're not far away from me. I was just in York at another shop diagnosing a car. Oh yeah, that's actually what happened. They went to Walmart and Walmart gave them a terminal with backwards or a battery with backwards terminals. But hey, it can happen to anybody. I've already hooked up jumper cables backwards. It is what it is. I just fix it and it's over with and it's done. I remember Florida and that like 2 years ago when they got a lot of snow. You guys think we can just zip tie the front grill on? Can we just put this over top? Will they notice? It's like right there. I'm thinking they broke some of the tabs on this new grill. Cause like I think there's a tab supposed to be here. Cause there's one there. There's none here. And there's none here. So I'm thinking they broke them. And there's one tab right there. We gotta be careful we don't scratch the paint on this one. Oh, wire instead of zip ties? I got plenty of it. I got plenty of wire. This ain't even much. I think their whole bumper's broke. I don't even think there's anything holding this on. So how do you get those clips off when they're stuck in the bumper? You know what? I think there's only... I think somebody pushed the clips in too far. I think this piece right here is now like under the bumper. Okay, we got that one. Yeah, it's definitely under the bumper. Look at that, we did it. Should just leave it like that. Yeah, how'd they get the intact piece? with the plastic still there. Somebody actually took the pin out, I think. I think there's a pin supposed to be in here. Amazing that this thing was still intact. Oh yeah, there's still a clip in here. There we go. Done. Yeah, we're gonna make this look really, really nice. It's gonna be like a dream car. Yeah, if anybody has a tip for getting that little pins to go back in, that'd be nice. It's a Passat. There we go. Got it. Yeah, I think this is an '03 Passat. And this side just all busted. Looks perfect now, doesn't it? Looks like brand new. Oh, this thing was a mess, guys. Like, you don't understand. Like, I had to. You can't see it, but underneath the intake was this plastic tube that went to the crankcase, and it was broken. And it turned into a giant mess to try to get that out. Actually, I still got a couple screws I gotta put back in yet. So. I think these are it. And then we're done. Now I got a question for you guys. Would you guys be interested in me doing like paid classes where it's like $10 a month and you get access to a bunch of classes? for like say like misfire diagnosis or I don't know, injectors, fuel pumps, whatever. Whatever you guys want. You guys pick the topic and I'll make videos on it. Isn't that the perfect time to pay $10 a month to my channel when you're laid off? And you can use the government to pay for it. Oh, now I remember. This is the car that I don't think had any of the screws for the intake. that's some good people to be subscribed to. Which Keith are you subscribed to? Oh, it's not a nice looking gas engine. This thing is completely covered with oil. It has more oil on it than a leaking diesel. Oh, I'm subscribed to Keith Perkins too. Well, if you're subscribed to Keith Perkins, you would probably like what I'm doing with my site with with the YouTube with the $10 a month. Because I recorded all these locksmith videos, which I'm assuming that's why you subscribe to Keith. Like I got lock picking, key fob programming, immobilizer. It's all like pretty much like what I do on my channel now, just locksmith stuff. I'd like to know why the video is so like washed out. Yeah, but it's only on the camera. In person, that intake cover jet black, and on the video it looks white. Like it's like the white balance is really really high. Yeah, but I don't have an option for like white balance. I could put like a filter on, but they're not even loading. Well, guys, we got one more thing to do to this thing. We have a rear window regulator assembly. Oh, guys, wait till you see this. Wait till you see this. I didn't even notice this earlier. Did you guys see that? I guess that's what's holding up the window. Oh, JC. So, what I started doing, I haven't advertised it on my YouTube channel. It says join, like membership. And I made all my locksmith videos $10 a month. So, I was going to do it for more. I was going to do $20 a month like Keith Perkins. But it's just every single car, like I got a Mercedes that I did. It's all keys lost. I went through programming the keys, picking the door locks. Like I did, there's like probably like 5 BMWs I did. There's a bunch of cars. Like I think I have 6 videos that are released that are they're released like on there as member. Like only members can view it. Like I made a Facebook page that's just Daughters Auto Service YT. And as I edit the videos, I was posting them on there so people could see what I was releasing. And it's just going to be only for members because I heard that the locksmith community frowns big time against people that release locksmith videos and EEPROM videos to the public. So I figured I'd just put it for $10 a month, and then that way everybody will be happy. But like I can make other ones. I can make other ones like available to people early. Like I could set all my videos so you guys can see them for $10 a month early, without me putting a description in. I just don't like releasing videos without a description. I haven't told anybody. That's why I've been really slow about posting videos since the 25 days of Diag. I had them all ready to go, but I've been really slow because I've been trying to get more videos edited. But like I said, there's a bunch of different memberships to choose from, but you only have to pay for the $9.99 a month. I may change it in the future if it gains traction and I feel the need to change it, but I had to pick preset membership values ahead of time because I can't change the membership prices or delete them once people are subscribed. So like if you paid $9.99 a month and I wanted to change the price, I'd have to delete that and everybody would be unsubscribed and it would turn into a mess. So I just set tiers up already to plan for the future if it gets to that point. That'd be nice of you. I wish I could give people trials. Like I've been emailing YouTube because I want to do trials for people where I could just give you guys access without having to set up. But I guess there's no way, so I'm like kind of limited. Like I pretty much have to set everything up as I would for the future. So I planned on the channel growing, so I set everything up according to that. Like I can, like any tier I put on there, I can move stuff around. And say like I gave you guys access to the locksmith videos now. Later on, I could change my mind, remove that from that membership, and put it to a higher one or a lower one. but I just don't know what to do. So I just said $9.99 a month and figure I see how it goes. I also plan on making a lot of classes for you guys, so I was gonna put them up there, on there too. I was just gonna do like lab scope classes. I don't know, maybe like fuel trims, like try to cover like the basics, maybe get into some advanced stuff. But I can guarantee you it won't be like really technical because there's a lot of technical stuff I don't know. Well, I guess that wasn't really in there anymore. Let's see if we can break this door panel. There's tape everywhere on here. Someone did a lot of prying on that. I feel like this is gonna go really bad and something's gonna. Okay. There's like glue all over it. Well, stayed intact. Oh, we need a Phillips. Yeah, that's true. That's why I take a lot of classes. That's why you see me take so many classes, and I'll take them over again, just so I can pick up on small stuff. It also depends on the price, because if the class is like $500 and it's basic electrical and it's covering most stuff, chances are I won't pay for it again because I'm not getting enough for my value of my money. Oh, is there screws down here? Oh, that works.
Is that the only one?
There we go. Almost forgot about that. There we go. Looks like we're dropping all our screws. So all the other lights, all the other connectors they made, easy. And this one I did it. Yeah, and then it has the Audi lovely, Volkswagen lovely glued on pieces on everything. Here you guys go. Best screwdriver set in the world. You can do like 99% of mobile diagnostic stuff with just a set. Goes from 4mm to 15, and it even covers your 5.5 for your Fords. And it's low profile because the bit goes inside of the head. What kind of clip is this? It's a weird clip for Volkswagen. See, I guess that's all we got to get off. We'll see if we pop this off. Maybe we can undo these clips real easily from the inside. Missing something? Are we gonna be able to get this off with the window stuck up? We may not be able to. We might have to do more on here. Let's see. How does that take this off? go, bro. Find all these. There we go. Most of them. I'll do that one now. Okay, guys, let's see. See if we can get this thing off. Apparently this goes into here. And this goes in. is holding us up? Now, let's see what the these ones. Ah, there we go. What is holding us up now? Someone comment if I'm missing something. What am I missing? What am I missing? I don't think there's anything there. I just literally watched a video removing this. And they took off the same stuff I did. It's like it's stuck down here in the bottom. The only other thing that I could think of is the regulator's jammed. I think the cable's jammed. This may end up being a job for tomorrow. I thought it might be something with this bracket, but you can't get to anything. Because I think the window's stuck up. Let's see if we can make it come down at all. Okay. So it just fell down. Look at that. So what was the issue with this? Like, is the window physically stuck? Let me grab a suction cup so we don't lose our window. Whoops. Nobody ever asked why I carry suction cups in my truck. It's to hold windows. That way they don't come crashing down on you. Is that all like riveted on there? Something tells me we gotta like push these or drill these out. That gotta be riveted on there. So what was the issue with the window? I think I found out. I think the regulator is the piece that holds the window on is broke. This looks like the tab that would lock the window. And I don't think this one has one. Look, I think the tabs broke off the window. I think that was the whole issue. I think the window was just flopping, and I think this one's broke too. Yeah, this one's broke. So there's no tab in here. Like, I think it's supposed to have this tab. That locks the window in place. Because if you look in here, there's nothing in there to lock the window. And that's the same issue. I think that's the same thing that happened to this one. If you look down in there, there's nothing to hold the window, so the window was probably getting stuck up, and you just heard the window moving, and luckily it didn't come flying down in the window. Well, guys, I think that might be all for now, unless somebody makes a repair kit for it. Let's see. Open up a new one. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see if we can get you guys. Let's look up. Let's see. 2003. 2003 Volkswagen. Sought window repair. I wonder if they make a piece just for that. We want rear left. Do they not show any other pictures of it? I'm surprised nobody makes like a bolt that goes through there. Guess I'll have to do some research, guys. So, guess I'll see you guys later. This was a really long live stream. Hope you guys liked it. Sorry about that. Yeah, I hope you guys like it. For some reason, my phone just decided to click on everything at one time. But I'll see you guys later. Hope you have a good weekend. See you later, Mackenzie.